Well, good afternoon, friends. This is program number 45 for Letters on Occult Meditation, and we're in a very big chapter dealing with color and sound, but especially with color, it seems. And we've reached this section. Let's see, today is the 26th, so I'll fill that in. We've reached this section on DK's comments on colors. Certain colors are known, and it might be well if we here enumerated them. Now we remember that the kinds of colors that we encounter on the outer plane are the harshest and crudest of colors, and that they soften and become more beautiful as we rise through the subtlety of the planes. So certain colors are known, and we can enumerate them. He is telling us the synthetic ray is indigo, or a deep hue. It is the ray of love and wisdom, the great fundamental ray of the present solar system, which is the second major and fifth in a series of solar systems. This cosmic ray divides itself for purposes of manifestation into 7 sub rays as follows. So I've hit upon this method, of being able to portray some degree of indigo without making the text disappear. So we have indigo and a color not yet disclosed. So we say probably in relation to the first subsidiary ray. Well, what is it? It seems that rays 1 and 6 are connected here, and they are not really given. We might ask, is this color red or orange, both of which are connected with the first ray? We can't be sure. But we did realize that when he put blue as an indicator of the first ray, he was using an occult blind that suggested its opposite as orange. Now, some of the color wheels seem to show us that yellow can be opposite of blue, and so can orange. I'm not sure where we have this, if we have it. And here is the little section regarding color wheel combinations that we have been using to note the complementary colors. It's a very deep study. It's a study probably as deep as the study of harmony, which is a very mathematical study. And we're constantly dealing with frequencies here. And through frequencies, we can establish which are the harmonious colors with each other, and which are more clashing or dissonant. If we take a look at this particular color wheel, let's see if I can There it is. Yellow is opposite violet, and orange is opposite blue. But it's not always the case. And the Tibetan has indicated a kind of yellow, which is opposing the blue. So we'll just have to be patient about that until we determine. Here are primary colors in pigment. Here are secondary colors, I suppose, in pigment, and the tertiaries are here as well. And this is a very complex color wheel. And I suppose if we really wanted to expand it, we could. Unlock these helpful tools. Okay. Well, in any case, it's called the Martian, Martian color wheel, and it's quite complex. Well, in any case, there's so much to research right here. We'll go with a few simple things the Tibetan has stated, but we do not find in these color wheels the yellow opposite blues, and yet the Tibetan suggests that this is the case in one of his sentences that we have gone through before. So coming back. Now we have a kind of a second ray subdivision of the basic indigo synthetic ray. The second subray of love and wisdom, it finds its great expression on the second monadic plane. And that is a hint as well. It doesn't say second or monadic plane, but I do believe that the logoic plane is a monadic plane for the liberated monad, at least liberated from its monadic vehicle. And its major manifestation in the monads of love. Okay, now let's see how we can do this. Well, perhaps it's not so important, but indigo, okay. And I think maybe I don't have time to do this with all of them. Indigo green. Let's see now, what did it say here? The second subray. It finds its expression on the second monadic plane. This implies, or this suggests, that there is a first monadic plane, and its manifestations in the monads of love. Now, what I'll do here is copy this, and let's just see if I can succeed here in making all of these indigo. Looks like it. Looks like I can. And here's the green. And here is the yellow. If I can do this fast enough, it's not so painful. We don't really have an orange, but we can do it that way. Then a color not disclosed, and then we have the violet. And again, we'll have to use a white print. All right, well, that gives us a little idea. The third subray. The third major ray of activity or adaptability. It is the basic ray of the second solar system. It is a great ray for the Deva evolution. So this is the, just take me a moment. This is the primordial ray. That's the word DK has used in regard to it. The primordial ray. And whereas the human evolution has rays 1 and 2 particularly, the Deva evolution has rays 2 and 3. So this is indeed a great ray for the Deva evolution. And that doesn't mean there are not Devas on the first ray, but we're speaking generally here. And it does not mean that we do not have humans on the third ray. As a matter of fact, they occupy maybe a third ray center, the throat center of Sanat Kumara. Well, indigo yellow seems pretty straightforward, the harmony ray associated with the Buddhic plane. Indigo orange, the ray of concrete knowledge. Notice always indigo first, because all of these 7 rays have to be considered in relation to a major all-inclusive ray, of which the 7 are sub-rays. So we have connection to the systemic mental plane. And indigo in a color not disclosed, the ray of devotion. Now, what would it be? Probably, at least in my guess, probably either light blue or rose. And the DK has also mentioned red in this connection, in this case. And then again, indigo violet. But now maybe he's going to explain why my particular hypothesis will not work. And now you will note that I do not name the 2 colors indigo red and indigo blue, nor do I apportion them to certain planes or rays. Rays or planes. It is not that it is not possible to do so, but it is the withholding of this information that creates the puzzle. Well, but earlier he listed both of these colors, blue in relation to the first ray, and red in relation to the 6th ray. Certain things you must remember in dealing with the colors. Okay, well, he's not listing the blue, and he's not listing the red, and do we put them in the same place where they are to be found in the earlier list? We could also have, of course, as I say, a kind of indigo orange that the blue as a complement might represent in connection with the first ray. Maybe there's a tendency to absorb more orange at this time in relation to the first ray than red. And of course, in the next system, solar system, which will be the red solar system, then the tendency to absorb into our basically second ray solar system, the color red will be greater. At least the color red as it applies to the first ray. With the sixth ray, we have three possible colors. Light blue rose or red. So we see here the probability of three likely colors, one of which may be the color not disclosed. Well, remember, he says that when we really know the colors, we have the ability to work as the master works, or at least in part. We can work with our own character through different colors imagined, through geometrical shapes imagined, through different tones sung or imagined. Let's see, if I were to take a, let's say a G, I can sound the G while imagining the red, the blue cross. Oh. Or maybe I can hear the G while imagining the blue cross. Yeah, that can be done too. And that is a kind of occult inner working by means of which we can access the different energies, which will have perhaps a corrective, ameliorative, stimulating effect upon our energy system, and a broadening and deepening effect upon our consciousness. So as he says here, you will see that I do not name the two colors indigo red and indigo blue, nor do I apportion them, though it is possible to do. The puzzle has to be created, apparently, so that we can find the solution ourselves. But certainly there is, certainly we have established that there is a strong relation between the first and sixth rays. Okay, certain things you must always remember in dealing with these colors. You see, he's pointing the way for us. He's indicating it. Just like China, I indicate the way. However, it's up to us to fill in many, many blanks. And in that way, our intuition is stimulated. So remember these things, that I have given their exoteric names and application, and that of all I have given, only two correspond with their esoteric application, indigo and green. So another puzzle enters here. And now we noted that in the Esoteric Psychology book, Volume 1, that indigo was cast as an exoteric color, which raises my suspicions, just the same way that when I saw two esoterics together under Ray 5, that yellow was esoteric as well as indigo for Ray 5. Something seemed to be incorrect. Well, that was incorrect. The books show that yellow for the fifth ray is exoteric. And basically, what strikes me is that indigo has to be considered an esoteric color because it's so synthetic and so embracing of all the other colors as subsidiary. So what's he saying here? That these two colors, which have been related to two sequential solar systems, have an esoteric application, but the other colors do not have an esoteric application, but rather an exoteric application. So indigo here is considered an esoteric color, and so is green. Both indigo and green are here considered esoteric colors. And when we look at that tabulation on page, 419 and 420, right in there, of Esoteric Psychology Volume 1, we do see that green for the third ray is the esoteric color, even though light blue is considered the esoteric color, but maybe it was that way in the previous solar system. Possibly that would be the case. There's so many ways to avoid giving the information directly. You can indicate it in certain ways, but it's not just handed to you in all cases. So the synthetic ray, which is also called, as we may remember and should remember, the divine ray, and the activity ray are at this stage the only two of which you can be absolutely assured. One is the goal of endeavor, and the other is the foundation color of nature. So only here are we completely assured, although there do seem to be many justifications for the other rays being given. I mean, violet seems certainly connected with the seventh ray, and even esoterically with the seventh ray. And red, we are told, is esoterically connected with the first ray. It seems that, and that we're heading into a red solar system when this one elapses. So, there seems to be some degree of assurance. There's some multiplicity going on in connection with the fifth ray and also with the sixth ray. Interestingly, in terms of the triangles, both the sixth ray and the seventh ray, let's see if I'm correct about that. Yeah, there's a kind of a threefoldness going on there in relation to how to produce the sixth ray and especially the seventh ray from the rays of aspect. The seventh ray seems to be produced by all three of the rays of aspect in balance. And there's reason to think of the ray 6 as having qualities of all the rays of aspect. The driving power of the first ray, the magnetic attaching power, adhesive power of the second, and the activity aspect of the third. Anyway, these are the only two rays, he tells us, and I presume they're colors about which we can really be assured. And that's a kind of a opaque statement at this point in our understanding. One is the goal of endeavor, and that is the synthetic ray, especially in this second major solar system. So the synthetic ray, and the other is the foundation color of nature, the activity ray. We're being given pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, and then the blank spaces where we can find no fitting piece are kind of like an invocation to demand of the intuition that the nature of the missing piece be found. Okay. I think a lot of thought has still to be given here. Activity ray. The other 5 colors with which our fivefold evolution is concerned change. Well, you see, here's the thing. The great divine ray, synthetic ray, and the green activity ray do not change throughout the solar system. The others, he says, change, intermingle, blend, and are not esoterically understood in the same sense as you might imagine from the use of the words red, yellow, orange, blue, violet, are not esoterically understood. Esoterically, they scarcely resemble their names. That's interesting. So their appearance on the subtler planes is very different from the appearance with which we are normally familiar. Esoterically, they scarcely resemble their names, and the names themselves are intended to blind and mislead. So very well protected is the truth regarding these colors. So we have apparently an exoteric view of these 5 colors, and they appear very differently on the subtler planes. Okay. Well, there's no way we can penetrate that except to develop the capacity to see these colors on the subtler planes. Esoterically, they scarcely resemble their names, and the names themselves are intended to blind and mislead. Thus, we are led astray and away from a more complete apprehension of the truth in these matters for our own protection and protection of others. So maybe, we cannot at all dogmatize about which colors will do what. We have to experiment, and we've hardly lifted the veil on the mystery of color. And if that is the case, so will it be regarding the science of harmony. Well protected are the truths regarding the esoteric nature of these spiritual numerals, that each of these 3 colors and the other 2, why 3, are only understood as yet through 4 of their lesser subrays. So what is it? Esoterically, they scarcely resemble their names, and the names themselves are intended to blind and mislead. I'm not sure this is a sentence coming up, that each of these 3 colors and the other 2 are only understood as yet through 4 of their lesser subrays. This is the 4th round, and only 4 subrays of these colors have as yet been glimpsed. Now, if we go up here to where we were before, we seem to have 5. We're missing 2, and we're given violet, orange, yellow, green, and indigo, but of those 5, subtract 2, because we can be assured of indigo and green, and so we have 3. The 3 remaining. Okay, and what are the 3? Minus indigo and green, and thus yellow, orange, and violet. And the other two are only understood as yet through 4 of their lesser subrays. This is a very occult sentence. And what are the other 2? The not given colors for ray 1 and ray 6 in relation to indigo. So it is the 4th round, and each of the 3, that is 5 minus the 2 of which we can be assured, are expressing through 4 of their lesser subrays, those that are prominent in this 4th round. The rays which are prominent in this 4th round. Now, DK does have a section in Cosmic Fire where he tells us of the most important rounds and rays at this time. Now we would have to ask whether the 4 lesser subrays are these the rays of attribute. Well, if they are, at least the color of one of them, the 6th ray, is not given in this tabulation. So this is the 4th round, and only 4 subrays of these colors have as yet been glimpsed. Do we add in the normal way? We have the 4 rays of attribute, and then we continue through successive rounds, maybe round number 5, to add, let's say, the 3rd subray in round 6, the 2nd subray, and finally in round 7, the 1st subray. It's quite a tangle of possibilities. But the goal of the whole thing, says the Tibetan, and this manner of presenting information with reservation, is that undue emphasis will not be laid upon apparent information, and the student will wisely reserve his opinion. And DK is telling us that part of the information he is giving is only apparent information. So a much blinded chapter, much blinded information. Now, what I'd like to do is see if anything is missing here. We're on page 214, and I think what I could do, this is Letters on Occult Meditation, and 214, and sometimes simply to read what is in the book is a little better for continuity. So reading from the book, 213, 214, now you will note that I do not name the 2 colors indigo red and indigo blue, nor do I apportion them to certain rays or planes. It is not that it is not possible to do so, but It is the withholding of this information that creates the puzzle which he intends to do. Certain things you must always remember, and that I have given their exoteric names and applications, and that of all I have given only two correspond to the esoteric application, indigo and green, and they last for the duration of a solar system. The synthetic ray and the activity ray are at this stage the only two of which you can be absolutely assured. And can we be assured of the red that is coming in the next, or red system, to which he does reference? So one is the goal of endeavor, the synthetic ray, and the other, the foundation color of nature, the green ray. The other five colors with which our fivefold evolution is concerned change, intermingle, and blend, and are not esoterically understood in the same sense as you might imagine from the use of the words red, yellow, orange, blue, and violet. Esoterically, they scarcely remember or resemble their names, and the names themselves are intended to blind and mislead. So there's a colon up here, and he's kind of listing after the colon that this is happening, that this is happening. And here is the next one, that each of these three colors and the other two are only understood as yet through four of their lesser subrays. Now, the three colors may be the ones remaining after we subtract indigo red and indigo blue. That this is the fourth round, and only four subrays of these colors have as yet been glimpsed. But we can remember, and we will then wisely reserve our opinion. Okay. And I do want to note the word change, that the other five colors, with, eliminating indigo per se and green per se, change. Now, what does that mean? And I will say their frequency changes, though they remain generally within the same color. So, they're all varieties of blue, and you can change the frequency and they will register with a different impression. They're still blue. So maybe that's what the word change means when it comes to these other five colors, of which we cannot be yet assured. At least we cannot be assured of their esoteric application. And that they intermingle, which brings change of appearance. So let's just say intermingling and blending brings about change of appearance as we register them. And that in general, they're going through many mutations, and we have not yet hit upon the truly esoteric application or understanding of these other colors: red, yellow, orange, blue, and violet. Red and blue not even being proportion. apportioned to a ray or plane. Red, not yet apportioned to a ray or plane. And blue, as well, not yet apportioned to a ray or plane. Basically, all of this is a great incentive over time to develop that kind of sensitivity which allows us to register what DK is trying to convey, but cannot fully convey because we lack the apparatus to confirm. And that is the problem. So occult development over time, training in sensitivity, maybe receiving certain mantras and forms of words and sounds which open up certain doors of perception. This is also part of our goal if we're going to be able to confirm what he's telling us. So finally, I think I understood the purpose of that colon. This one. And basically, DK is preventing us from becoming too self-assured too rapidly, and helping us avoid the tendency to assert very, very partial knowledge. Okay. Yellow is another of the colors that have come to us from System 1. We might say, you know, we're dealing with the transfer of specific frequencies and vibrations, because that's what is causing these colors. Registered vibrations of certain frequency. So yellow is a bridge, you know, and think of it. There was a bridge made from the earlier solar system, earlier major solar system, to this solar system. Saturn was involved in that bridge, but it seems that ray 4 is a bridging ray. Interesting about ray 4 that it is connected with what we might call Buddhimanas. If it is the exoteric color of ray 5, or one of the exoteric colors, it is associated with the brain and with the dense physical body of the solar logos. But it is also esoterically a color of the Buddhic plane, where man is concerned. And as a result, it is connected with the intuition in this solar system. I'm gathering that the intuition and the work upon the cosmic ethers was not anywhere near as advanced in the previous major solar system as it is now. So yellow seems to have its place mentally in regard to the previous solar system, and intuitively, cosmic etherically, in relation to this present solar system. The blending of blue and yellow in that system had much to do with the production of activity. Now, I think we can see why that would be the case, because when you blend blue and yellow in pigment, at least, I know about that, having enjoying mixing colors when we used to have our art sessions in grade schools of former times. Now they've eliminated a lot of the arts from schools. But in those days, we had some uninterrupted time, 2 or 3 hours to paint and to mix. Of course, Ray 4 is called the ray of the mixer, or of the mix. So I understood that at the time without knowing the names for it. Blend blue and yellow together in pigment, and you get green. So blue and yellow blended in pigment yields green, which is the color of the activity ray, which is primordial in regard to this solar system. Yellow harmonizes, and it marks completion and fruition. And here he talks about, the deciduous trees, not the evergreens. There's a mystery right there, is there not? Because the evergreens seemingly are not cyclically controlled the way the deciduous trees are. Note how in autumn, when the processes of nature have run their course and the cycle is complete, the yellow of the autumn is spread upon the landscape. And yellow harmonizes. It marks completion and fruition. So we have to, examine what goes on with pigment and what goes on with light. I think if I'm recalling correctly, if you mix all colors together in pigment, you get something like black. And if you mix all colors together in light, you get white. I'll have to research that a little more carefully. Note that also that when our yellow sun, right? Note also that when the sun pours unimpeded down, the yellow of the harvest is also to be seen. All right, so this is an agricultural observation, and the life force has run its course and decaying, or at least a waning of vitality is setting in, and all of nature seems harmonized under the yellow. So it is in the life of the spirit. When the fourth plane of harmony, or buddhi, is achieved, then is consummation. So we might say that the fourth initiation, which gives continuous access to the Buddhic plane, is an initiation of consummation. Now, the Buddhic plane can be seen as colored differently depending upon what entity we're dealing with. Maybe with the solar logos, it has a violet tinge, and with the planetary logos, it has a blue tinge. And with some other type of entity that begins in relation to the ethnic plane, it would have an orange tinge. And then for man, it has the yellow tinge, particularly. So, Buddhi is a plane of consummation. Plane of consummation. And that is considered a kind of final initiation whereby the suffering of being human is finally ended. One is still a member of the fourth creative hierarchy of initiates, but a whole unit of development is completed, leading to maybe a still more exalted consummation in mastership. But beyond that, we're not considered to be strictly members of the human family. As a Chohan, we are no longer men as are the masters, as the rule tells us. When the work of the personality is completed, and when the sun of the microcosm, the ego, pours unimpeded down into the personal life, then comes the fruition of and harvest. And what really does that indicate from the initiatory angle? That the fourth initiation is likened to the time of fruition and harvest, and the man fruit is completed at the harvest, and then goes to the nourishment of others, becoming a reflection of the great sacrifice. So once we have achieved liberation and direct monadic connection, because we're dealing with a cosmic ether here, and the monad is also on the cosmic ethers, and the group of human monads expresses upon the Buddhic plane, which is the lowest cosmic ether. The line between monad and the man is direct at the fourth initiation. And then he becomes, in his own sphere, the great sacrifice. Still, as the third degree, he's not sacrificing everything. He would not follow the Christ in the story of the rich young man. The at-one-ment or the harmonizing has been made, and the goal has been reached. We can say that man at the fourth initiation is truly harmonized with the divine plan in a more direct manner. Blue and yellow blended result in green, and the synthetic blue or indigo, the love and wisdom aspect, dominates. when the plane of harmony is reached. Now we're dealing with the sixth principle, or the love, wisdom, Buddhic principle. It leads then to the third plane of Atma, where on the green of activity predominates, and as a master, one becomes a true agent of the spiritual will. So interestingly, then, there is a Buddhic blue, there's a Buddhic yellow, there is a mental yellow, blend all that together, and it yields a green, which indicates focus upon the Atmic plane, where spiritual will is found and where the plan is far more truly known. In the green, the divine plan is far more truly known. So, there are various keys to the secret doctrine, and I suppose a musical key, and I suppose a coloristic key, mathematical keys, geometrical keys, it depends on the kinds of abilities that we have cultivated, which key we will select, or which will be found as most indicative or trending within us, and which key we will use to turn the lock in the door to the mysteries of the ageless wisdom. I think you can, little traces are here visible. The hints are emerging, and they all indicate something not yet known, but which can be known. And we are filling in the blanks. So the blue, it's indigo blue, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. The blue and the yellow blended result in the green. Now let's see if I'll just result in the green. Now we just have to know, when he's speaking in terms of color that is pigment and color that is light. And he does both in his books. As I said, when discussing the monad, the first ray monad is red, the second blue, yes, but the third ray monad is indicated through the color yellow and not green. That's when he's discussing that. But at other times, it seems that the factor of light becomes most important. I remember when I first saw a color wheel operating in that way. I think there can be little doubt that if we, even in a preliminary sense, learn to visualize the appropriate color in appropriate geometrical forms, accompanied by the sounding of the appropriate note, we can bring into our system energies which may be needed for any particular purpose, and in general as correctives to our present psychological state. We have to learn how to do this. Some experimentation can be warranted, but not so much that it leads us into danger. And in general, a kind of patience which will come as we wait for the presence of the teacher in physical proximity, so that a number of dangers can be avoided. Now, here we are continuing our study of color and meditation. And he says that, where are we? Page something here. Looks like page 215 or so, I think. In continuing our study of color and meditation, and our particular division in that study, I would, for your encouragement, point out that the part that falls to you is the reception and publication of these letters and of the imparted data, whereas the responsibility for that data rests with me. Well, he realizes that the material is obscure, and at least his students can make sure that it reaches people. As far as the truthful detail, the detail imparting truth, and as much of it as he will allow or be given permission to send forth, that impartation is up to him. Even if you understand them not, and even if it seems to you that some of the data may be contradictory, I would suggest for your consideration that in the esoteric interpretation lies hid half the mystery, and the other half is concealed by the fact that all interpretation depends upon the standpoint of the interpreter and the plane whereon his consciousness is working. So, he very well anticipates that there will be some degree of confusion. What else can be done? He can only give certain indications, and not enough for people to make immediately effective and useful this particular branch of knowledge, because of the danger of wrong use. The value of what I impart now consists in this: that in the study of color, which is one form of the study of vibration, remember, cosmic fire, vibration, light, sound, color, with vibration being the kind of common denominator of all of those other extensions, that is, light, sound, and color. The value of what I impart now consists in this: that in the study of color, which is one form of the study of vibration, comes the ability to understand personal vibration, to attune that vibration to the egoic vibration, and to synchronize it later with that of the master. And one of the main methods of effecting the synchronization is meditation. So we do want to learn to be attuned with the master. DK has said it's desirable, and that some of his students know how to do it and to reach the master. Some actually could reach the master, but don't know that they know how to do it. And others have yet to learn. But of course, we cannot be pulling upon the master for every little thing. I suppose the transitional stage there is Chela on the thread, following accepted discipleship. It's a connection with the master, and the master, in a way, has made the connection to the accepted disciple. And from him, the kind of response to need takes very little of his time and energy. Later, when more intimacy is allowed, Chela in the aura, Chela in the heart, a different relationship is being established. So first, egoic attunement, and then attunement with the master, and both are necessary. You know, we are in a way outposts of the master's consciousness. He can, with appropriate effort, tune in on us and find out what may be our state of consciousness, and we want to carry a certain expression of his state of consciousness. And at the same time, the solar angel working through the angel of the presence is also present in our egoic consciousness. So there's an attunement right there that is necessary. This is given in some of the triangles work that we do, and that triangle of master, angel, and the top of the head is given by the Tibetan to one of his more advanced students. When the intelligence grasps the scientific facts anent this subject, then comes the utilization of these facts for the advancement of vibration, you know, living and working at a higher point of tension, and the wise development of the colors necessitated development within the causal body egoic lotus. I guess the master can look at our egoic lotus and see how the development is proceeding. Maybe, you know, development quite unbeknownst to the aspiring personality, and can suggest those meditations, those procedures, those activities which will help to promote development in color and sound within the egoic lotus. We dealt, he says, in my last letter, with the four colors, blue, indigo, green, and yellow. And in this primary grouping lies much of interest. The blue, of course, may be a substitute for orange, a complement, which can be connected either with the fifth ray or with the first ray. So let's see, how did he do this? I have found the place where he lists in order indigo, blue, orange, and yellow, and I'm sure if I went back I'd find these other colors, but let's see what he says about them. He said that only through 4 of the subrays, and I asked whether those were the rays of attribute, could there be a transmission of energy at this time in the 4th round. But the blue may take the place of the orange. So we may have, in fact, orange, indigo, green, and yellow. And if that were the case, 3 of the colors, orange, green, and yellow, would come from the previous solar system. So this is considered a primary grouping, maybe of 4 rays, as blue can substitute complementarily for orange, which is one of the first ray colors, indigo for ray 2, green for ray 3, and yellow for ray 4. So we might have them in order in this way. I'm going to avoid going backward and hunting right now for the pages on which these particular colors are treated. We now come to a different group of colors, one that falls naturally together: orange, red, and violet. So we have, he's told us something about each one of these colors thus far: the blue, indigo, green, and yellow, just a little bit above where we are right now. Well, let me take care of this. We'll get the orange, we'll get the red, and we'll get the violet. Here is the violet, and here is the red, which did not take. But just a little bit above us, he starts talking about yellow. So I guess blue, yellow, green, okay. And here should be the section on yellow. Okay. And let's see if he there's so many colors, it can be a little bit confusing. Here's indigo and green. And yes, here we have indigo, and just below it, a little bit on green. And we need, there it is. Yeah, well, I have traced it, and indeed, he does take up the indigo, the green, and the yellow, and some references to blue can be found. So, it's just a question of getting them in order so that we can study topically. Blue is mysterious when it's not indigo. Red is mysterious, and he has not apportioned them through deliberation. He has not. So now he's taking up a different group of colors, not these 4. And actually, you know what I'm going to do with these 4? I just feel compelled to I feel compelled to bring them into some sort of relief so that they can be seen in contrast with each other. And here is 1, 2, 3, and I'll do it this way. And one more, the yellow itself. Now, everything here is yellow, so maybe I can make it yellow-white, and then no, that's no good. We'll just leave it as black print. So he hasn't necessarily dealt with all of these in one sequence or tabulation, but he has dealt with all. And the one he seems to have dealt with the least is the blue, which is apparently a blind. As for indigo and green, they are confirmed in their esoteric nature. As for yellow, he just dealt with it. Now, he's taking up the other colors at this point. And we'll look at what he has to say about orange, which is associated with the fifth ray and with an exoteric aspect of the first ray. This color is, for our purposes, the color of the mental plane, and note that statement for our purpose. It can also be connected with the logoic plane and with Leo, I would think. There's something about Leo which suggests the orange, and it transmits ray 5 as well, and ray 1. And 1 and 5 both have this association with orange. So let's just say orange, and we can connect it with Leo, ray 1, and ray 5. This color is, for our purpose, the color of the mental plane, the color that marks burning. Fires have mostly an orange glow. I've looked at various flames, and the orange is most prominent, though you can detect other colors within, including that deep blue interior. It is the symbol of flame, and curiously enough, the color that epitomizes separation, and let's just say ray 5 rules the law of cleavages. And ray 1 and ray 5 together represent psychopathology of unbridgeable cleavage. Untouchable, unbridgeable. Let's see, unbridgeable and untouchable. They say that such an individual becomes untouchable. I've seen some of this in action about this gulf that exists between such people and others. Okay, so this is a problem that this ray, so needed in individualization to make the center of consciousness distinct, can also, through developing egotism separate the personality from all others. But I would have you note, he says, that the occult orange is not exactly the color that you understand by the term. Exoteric orange is a blend of yellow and red. Esoteric orange is a purer yellow, and the red is scarcely seen at all. So we are handicapped by not being able to penetrate the higher inner realms and see these things for ourselves in a way that his words become even more meaningful. It is the symbol of the flame. And, you know, a symbol of vitality as well, much connected with the spleen and with prana also. Yet, curiously enough, it is the color that epitomizes separation. And as I said, it's very hard even to find a word that will rhyme with the word orange. It seems to be quite separate. But then again, DK tells us for our nourishment regarding what we should eat, oranges above all oranges. I also wanted to say in regard to orange that, and Leo, that we find in relation to the fixed cross, the fiery pain of Leo. You know, blinding light of Taurus and bitter woe of Scorpio and liberation of Aquarius, but fiery pain. So we have here the idea of flame and associated fiery pain of Leo. Yes, so separation is the key, and Leadbeater talks about different types of individualization of animal man, and one of method is, if I'm recalling correctly, individualization through pride and involving the color orange. Think of orange as making distinct the individual's sense of I-ness, distinct from all of the things, thus separation. So some 3 million years after the arrows were shot forth from the solar angels to produce the implantation of the spark of mind, the man came to himself as a separate entity in Leo. So the separative flame is operating here. I'm sorry, occasionally a phone call comes in and, you know, I may lose my track, but I have to be able to receive. So he's telling us something different about exoteric and esoteric orange, and it's closer to yellow in this particular case, and maybe that's what he means. So maybe this is the, is the orange, or the yellow rather, which is the esoteric complement of blue. So, you know, he tells us that when information is missing, it's probably because the method of interpreting esoterically is missing. The orange comes in, he says, as a vibration set up by a cosmic ray. For you have to remember that this fifth ray, just as the fifth plane and the fifth principle, is closely allied to the cosmic ray of intelligence, or to that activity aspect that found its great expression in the first solar system. So it was a system of intelligence. The synthetic ray of that time was the green ray, and it found one of its closest alliances in the ray of orange, or mind or intelligence demonstrating through form. Okay. So the orange of which he is speaking and the green of the previous major solar system, they are in alliance. And I think I just have to somehow, I'm not equipped to demonstrate the color of which he's speaking, but I'll simply put it down as orange. So orange and green, and the green of the first major solar system are allied. And remember that although we call the indigo now the synthetic ray, in the early days of the previous major solar system, the word synthetic was also used, but green was the synthesizing ray. Green was the synthesizing color of the previous major solar system. And I think, let's see here, I think we have in Tuya's diagram here, or coloring of DK's diagram, we have the kind of orange representing the cosmic mental plane, and also if we were to break down this general violet color, we would find violet sub-orange for the mental plane. And we might find violet sub-blue for the higher three planes. Excuse me, I'm focusing on the systemic mental plane, and violet sub-orange for the lower four subplanes. But we haven't put those subsidiaries in yet. Let's see here. Here we have the systemic mental plane as orange, but we don't have the orange sub-blue for the higher three subplanes. And, you know, that would be, I think, correct. All right. This simple book, right? Written early on, right? You get a correspondence in this solar system in the synthetic ray of love and wisdom, and its close relationship to the fourth ray of harmony, which is basically the yellow ray. Esoterically. And it finds a demonstration of the triangle formed by the interaction as follows. Well, here is where we learn about the major esoteric system enduring synthetic rays and colors. Now, we should say also red will be the synthetic ray color for the next third major and sixth system sequentially. But again, the synthetic ray. There's always one ray which esoterically absorbs all others. So the first solar system, the green ray prevailed, and the third aspect developed. And, this is straightforward. Activity or intelligence was the predominating note. And there was an alliance between 3 and 5. There still is that alliance between ray 3 and 5, but ray 5 souls do not normally transit onto the third ray, unless by some special dispensation. Nor do ray 7 souls. They transit onto the first ray, strangely. So here in the previous solar system, the green synthetic ray had a sub-green of activity and a sub-orange of manas or mind. These 7 rays, the ray lords, are basically considered as subsidiaries to the solar systemic ray of the time. And what we can imagine is that the personality of the solar logos was on the third ray. As the soul ray, which is number 2, is not changing. Now, at least, not with any kind of frequency we can determine. Right now we have a double emphasis of the second ray, because he tells us, in some reference, I could find it, that the soul ray, yes, is the second ray of love wisdom, but so is the personality ray. And that's in our 5th sequential solar system, this one, which is the second major. So this tells us in outline form a little bit about the previous major solar system. Now the second, and I always want to put in the word major as other Mahamanvantaras have gone before. Mahamanvantaras. Yep, well, close enough. When it comes to the second major solar system, well, even here, we can say first solar system, first major solar system, again, as other, as 3 previous Mahamanvantaras have gone before. Okay. So regarding our second solar system, it's on the indigo ray, esoterically and synthetically, which conveys the second aspect of divinity and the idea of love wisdom, and the related rays are the second and fourth, particularly love wisdom and indigo, and harmony, indigo yellow. Pretty straightforward, and simply a tabulation of what we have been looking at up to this time. Okay, so the first major solar system and the second major solar system mapped out for us with rays 3 and 5 connecting particularly in relation to the first major solar system, and ray 2 and 4 with the second major solar system in which we find ourselves now. And I wonder if rays 1 and 7 will somehow connect with the third solar system. You kind of wonder then what happens to ray 6 if that's the case. Anyway, in the activity system, You have the third aspect of universal mind or activity demonstrating through the orange of the concrete subray. Again, ellipses. Adaptability through form. Form which perfectly expresses the latent activity. Okay, so this is what happens in the activity system, which took place trillions of years ago, according to the chronology we have been using. But of course, all of that one day has to be carefully examined. So this is as it is or has been in the activity system. Similarly, in the second system of love, you have the love aspect demonstrating through the yellow of the ray of harmony or beauty, love expressing itself perfectly through unity, harmony, beauty or beauty. Note here the fact I again use terms that are dependent for their correctness upon their exoteric or esoteric interpretation. So let's establish this. And here we are. The yellow, demonstrating through yellow. It's a bit like the monad of the fourth grade of hierarchy, demonstrating on the Buddhic plane, the plane which is yellow esoterically for the human being. And the green demonstrating through the orange, the indigo demonstrating through the yellow, and maybe later the red demonstrating through violet, which would kind of complete the octave circle. Okay. All right, therefore, to return to what I earlier said, this orange comes in as a vibration set up by the earlier cosmic ray of activity in the earlier solar system. And we can ask it strikes me, on what cosmic subplane was the causal body of the solar logos during that first major solar system. Right now it's on the first subplane, first cosmic mental subplane. The force of orange, which is scientific apprehension by intelligence, so we might say very focused, comes in to perfect the link between spirit and form, just as the soul comes in on the fifth plane, between life and the vehicles through which it is seeking to express. So the fifth ray is indeed a link, even though associated with cleavage and separation from one point of view. Well, And we do have union associated with the fifth ray in the word of power, three minds unite. So cleavage is one thing, but fusion is another possibility for that fifth ray. And the fifth ray component of the solar angel, angel of the presence, does not work against that union of spirit and matter. As a matter of fact, it promotes it. Okay, so these are tabulations, and hopefully they'll bring some degree of clarity. We might apportion the great basic colors between the various terms that we use to express the totality of the manifested universe. Well, manifested and unmanifested universe, I suppose. Etheric, physical manifestation is what he's discussing. So we have the life aspect, form aspect, intelligence aspect, spirit, matter, and mind is the link. Consciousness through the life aspect, the vehicle through the form aspect, and intelligence brings vitality. He has told us we can activate the etheric body through the power of thought. And then the spirit aspect is the self, the form aspect, the not self, and intelligence, the relation between. So sometimes, you know, in the AUM, well, A is always the spirit aspect, but the M and the U can be interchangeable. There is a sense in which the M, although it is the M of matter, can be the M of mind, the linking energy. So life aspect, spirit, consciousness, self. Of course, consciousness in a way connects with the intelligence aspect. And being is different from its capacity to be conscious. So consciousness is oftentimes associated with the second aspect as well. We have to remember that. Sorry for these occasional. The form aspect, matter, vehicle, not self. Of course, everything is the self, but in the beginning, we have to discriminate between the sense of the separated self and that which the self observes, or that of which the self is consciousness, and the intelligence aspect, mind, vitality. Is that really part of the sequence? And the relation between. Now, frequently, consciousness is considered to be the relation between. But in this case, mind is the link. Just the way the solar angel is the link, and the higher mental plane serves to bring together the realm of spirit, that is monad triad, and the realm of personality. And this because their presence was necessary, because that link was not completed. All right, now here is another tabulation. We're talking about the rays, love, wisdom, harmony, devotion. So that's the normal 2-4-6 line. And the ray 1 line, interestingly, does not include the third ray. So 1 and 7 reflecting power or will through ceremonial law and concrete knowledge, both there. Ray 6 and 4 souls do resolve upon the second ray, but also upon the third ray. He tells us elsewhere. And ray 7 and 5 souls resolve upon the first ray. So they all fit together. And remember that ray 3, Kabbalistically, has to do with the mother aspect, or the Holy Spirit mother. So there is a feminine aspect to ray 3, which makes it very prominent in the feminine kingdom, the Deva kingdom. So another connection along the strictly intelligence line is ray 3 and 5, the green of activity and the orange of concrete knowledge. So here we have under ray 2, the indigo, the yellow, and the light blue or rose. Here under the first ray, which of course in our particular solar system is secondary, the red of power or will, the violet of ceremonial law, and the orange of concrete knowledge. Notice that in terms of what is appearing here, concrete knowledge appears twice. And maybe that can be somewhat confirmed by the idea that yellow is an exoteric color for the fifth ray. And yeah, in both cases, it has its concrete application, but yellow also has its fourth plane application through the transcendental mind, which is the intuitive mind. But here, I think, as we look at rays 1, 2, and 3 across the first row, we're basically dealing with a use of concrete knowledge which is subsidiary to intelligence. So the yellow will be appearing in its intuitive mode over here under harmony. All right. Now let's see. I think, what page are we on here? Let's see if I can, yeah, 218. We're on page 218. And I just want to go to the book here for a moment and see if what we find in the tabulation. Okay. And it's right here. Okay. And these two tabulations, let me make sure you see it, are not necessarily sitting right on top of each other. The third column appears to be so, but maybe not the second column. Matter, vehicle, not self. Well, the first and seventh rays are very much involved in the building of the vehicle, and the fifth is concrete. So maybe this second underlying tabulation has some relation to the first tabulation. We're sometimes told that the life aspect, rather than form, is very much under the 2, 4, 6 line. So from that perspective, it would work. Concrete knowledge appears then to be the only double in this second tabulation. All right. Now let's see what else we have here. Intelligence, life, and form. All right. I think maybe we'll run into that, possibly. We'll see whether I've been able to, no, not exactly. I haven't been able to do that. Okay, well, I was able to transfer this over so that the triangle could be part of our text that we are studying. You know, when you study straight from the book, you can't do much with it. You can do some highlighting. And here, when you put it into a Word document, you can actually write something additional. Okay. So there is a 246 line. It has to do with deep subjectivity. There is a 175 line, and although there's much abstraction and depth in the first ray, it is also a ray which sees to the fitness of the form, as would ray 7, and that concrete steps under ray 5 would be taken to ensure the fitness of the form. And rays 7 and 5 are definitely related to ray 1. And from their qualitative angle, you can certainly see that ray 5 as a ray of concrete intelligence is related to the green ray of abstract intelligence. So what I'll do here, just to mark things out so they appear to be clear. Okay. Power or will. Okay. And let's see. And then we have activity or, and I'm going to have to make this rather smaller, I'm afraid. Activity or adaptability. All right, so this will be green. All right, now I think we have it. All right, so DK goes on then. This is but one of the ways in which the rays may be apportioned and considered as influences having direct effect upon the evolving life or upon the form in which it evolves by means of that third factor, the intelligence. And DK is known for his ability to present a number of ways which reflect differing apportionings. So this is one way to consider the rays. And of course, the mystery here is the double presence of the fifth ray. You would think that rays 3 and 7 would be closely related. And from the financial point of view, they are. They are both rays which I suppose the hierarchical adjuster of finance would use. But no, what we have here is the concrete knowledge ray showing up in 2 locations, one in relation to will or power, and the other in relation to activity, adaptability, intelligence. Okay, so this is but one of the ways in which the rays may be apportioned. Working upon the form. Okay. These 3 divisions make the 3 points of a cosmic triangle, and it appears that intelligence is at the peak at this time. And we can ask, why is, whoops, I want to make sure I have a bracket, otherwise can't do much. Why is intelligence at the apex of this triangle? Why is that so? Now, we certainly are making a transition from the primordial third ray onto the second. How far progressed is that transition in our solar system? How far progressed on our planet? I would say that in general, it's further progressed in our solar system, and that the solar logos has made more gains, having taken along his line of cosmic initiations the second initiation. More progressed than is the planetary logos, who along his line of initiations has only taken a first initiation and not the second cosmic, one cosmic initiation and not the second, although he has subsidiarily, our planetary logos has taken or is taking the fourth initiation in the subsidiary series, and maybe our solar logos also has a subsidiary series and is taking a kind of fourth initiation, in which case there's a great stress in our solar system and planet. And if that is the case, that he's taking a third cosmic initiation, our solar logos is, and is taking a fourth subsidiary, maybe it tells us something about the cosmic logos, the 7 solar systems of which ours is one, in which the solar logos plays the part of a heart center. So here's the triangle. Intelligence first, and life to our left and form to our right. And intelligence in this case, intelligence is the linking energy. Don't you get the feeling, the sense, that there's just so much to learn, and that when we begin to study Master DK, we have very little idea of what actually he could impart, his wealth of knowledge. But then again, we cannot be expected to know the full content of the source. As a matter of fact, in terms of what he can give out publicly, we simply will not know the full content of the source, but we do imagine that it is really extensive. So here's a cosmic triangle, and the current of the rays playing macrocosmically between the three has its microcosmic correspondence in the fire of Kundalini, awaken through meditation, playing in accurate geometrical form between the 3 major centers. And here, basically, it's head, heart, and throat, but I'm going to do it again. I'm going to copy this and then go back to a special kind of paste special, and it's a picture, and that should be it. So now I assume that that's what you're looking at. I have to always check a bit. Head, heart, and throat. And interestingly, the correspondences: head with intelligence, heart with life, and throat with form. So, there are justifications for that. And the current rays play macrocosmically between the three, playing macrocosmically, this current has as its microcosmic, correspondence in the fire of Kundalini, awakened through meditation, playing in accurate geometrical form between the three major centers. And of course, their positioning is important. The head is interesting because it's the seat of the will in one way, or at least of the purpose. And yet it is also associated with intelligence. So will and intelligence find their way to be expressed in the head. The heart is the great subjectivity, and the throat is particularly connected with form. It has a silvery color to the blue. Now, blue is not connected with form, but the silver is. Because of the fact that the moon chain, let's call it the silver chain in a way, was the third chain in our particular solar system. So the current works out intelligence, head, life, heart, form, throat. All right. So the way, I always seem to be losing that bracket. And just to make sure that I'm showing you what needs to be shown, I check. So the current works out macro cosmically, micro cosmically, as head, intelligence, heart, life, and throat, form. There's probably other ways to do it, but the head is not the source only of the will. The head has the brain, and the brain is a fifth ray mechanism largely, and the head therefore is one of the important seats of intelligence, and the soul is anchored in the head and in the heart, and the life of the monad is anchored in the heart, and the throat always has to do with creative intelligence, the name of the third ray, as the Tibetan prefers it. He calls, it's a ray of activity, ray of adaptability, ray of, what is that, abstract mind. But the ray of creative intelligence is the name he prefers for the third ray. All the seven rays interact between the life, the form, and the inner mind, which we can call call this soul, and are in their essence themselves those three. Well, there are ways that rays are associated, all seven of them, with life, with form, and with inner mind. I mean, we have the seven major fires of Brahma, with 49 subsidiaries, and we have the seven fires of the rays, another series of entities, and the seven spirits of darkness, which have more to do with the life aspect. Now, always we have to discriminate between the will and being. They are not the same. Okay, so the will and being are not the same. Being is foundational to will, love, and intelligence. And maybe the first outpost of being is the will, but the will is derivative from being. So the seven rays, in essence, are these three, and sometimes when we're making a triplicity, we seem to skip over one of them. Well, we're not skipping over the heart and love. We're not skipping over the throat and its creativity. We don't seem to have the will listed here. So all the seven rays interact between the life, the form, and the inner mind. I think we can call it soul, and are in their essence themselves these three. Well, there's always going to be a triplicity which has a sevenfoldness for each, giving us the number 21. Or maybe if we consider 7 as subsidiary, the number 24 will arise. 3 majors and 7 under each of the majors, giving us the 24. And when we find ourselves with 21, we can look at the whole and make of it a 22, which is considered to be one of the sacred numbers. So these rays, they are life, they are form, they are intelligence. And it's really hard to say here whether when he says life, he means being or he means will. Let's see. When DK uses the term life, does he mean being or will? They are form, they are intelligence, and their totality is the manifested universe. All the 7 rays are this. All 7 at different times play on the different aspects. Now, where does that septonate come from? It's probably, at some of the heights of the entire universe. But for practical purposes and relation to our local solar systems and constellations, pretty much from the 7 rishis of the Great Bear, though that certainly is not the ultimate source. within the Pleiades at the hub of the wheel, the Pleiades being in a way, in totality, a great deity, the septennate is likely to come forth, the septennate which later is named as the seven rays. All the seven rays interact between the life, the form, and the inner mind. And is the word vitality used here? Usually vitality is connected with the third aspect, as is the spleen, the pranic triangle, and the solar plexus correspondence of the pranic triangle, only that particular center being above the diaphragm and therefore not like the solar plexus center, which is below the diaphragm. So again, all the seven rays interact between the life, the form, and the inner mind, and are in their essence themselves those three. They are life, they are form, they are intelligence, and sometimes life is equivalent to vitalization. Sometimes the term life suggests vitalization, maybe from the will. For vitalization, he suggests an exercise where you stand by the window and you breathe, and you imagine the orange color flowing into your spleen, which is the third center of the pranic triangle. So there are occult techniques to sustain the form, otherwise the masters would not be in a position to keep their form pretty much for as long as they need to, knowing how to sustain it so it does not fall into degeneration. But anyway, to keep in mind that life can mean being, but life is sometimes associated with will and its vitalizing potential. With the will, you can, as they say, just keep going. It opens a door to vitalization so you can persist. We have to be just very careful about the words we use and that we understand their meaning in any particular context. The most important interaction exists between what? With any one of these paragraphs, one could stop and debate with oneself and with others who can pursue the truth regarding them. And thus we can see for what a lengthy period of time these books can serve as a useful seed for increasing occult knowledge and understanding. I think, Master DK, along with Master Kuthumi, will be very much involved in the educational processes of the new schools, and he's just laying the foundation in what he gives us. It's not like, hey, these were no longer written after 1949, so therefore they are passé. Everything depends on the quality of the seed that is being offered, because these seeds can germinate much more fully, successfully, in centuries to come when more is known, and they will therefore have a more fertile soil in which to grow. All right, a little more here. The most important interaction exists between, at least for now, the love-wisdom ray and the harmony ray, as it does between the monadic plane and the Buddhic. Well, as I say, on the monadic plane, it's the second plane, and I imagine from looking at the positioning of the chakras in the human being, and I'll try to look at that right now. What I imagine is that the heart chakra of the human being here on the second subplane, and a heart chakra on the second subplane of the astral plane, and I suppose, well, in this case, the solar, the egoic lotus is a kind of monadic heart, and once the initiation process gets going, it's located on the second subplane of the mental plane, and above that, we're not told, but I'm imagining that the monadic plane has a higher analogy to the smaller subplanes of the systemic plane. So, in other words, where I have my cursor here, subplane 2 is analogous to a higher cosmic subplane 2. So I'm imagining that the etheric heart center of the solar logos, and I don't know about the planetary logos, or of one or the other, is found on this second cosmic plane. So, in other words, that the monadic plane as a whole is a location for the second aspect of divinity, as well as the first aspect in relation to man. So we will expect a heart chakra, whether planetary or solar, logoic, or both, to be found on this systemic plane, which we call a cosmic subplane. I'm expecting that. So in other words, what's going on the monadic plane has a pretty strong ray 2 content. And as we know, well, you know, the love wisdom principle, the sixth principle, is found on the Buddhic plane. And if love and wisdom are also found on the monadic plane, you know, coming through Virgo and Jupiter and Pisces and Jupiter, there will be a close connection between the monadic plane and the Buddhic plane. The Buddhic plane ruled principally by the ray of harmony, and the monadic plane ruled very much by the ray of love, wisdom, but also the first ray presence, at least within the system of man. But the first ray is still more prominent on the logoic plane. Well, we have to learn how to meditate in such a way that our ring paths not become so penetrating and so deflective of lower vibration that these higher worlds will open up before us. So the most important, the love wisdom ray. Ever since, I've discovered that I can use indigo. If I change my font, I just didn't think of it before, but there it is. And the harmony ray, which basically is yellow. And, what's the best way of doing that? I suppose the best way is simply to put the yellow highlight through it. That the love wisdom ray and the harmony ray have an interaction, just as the monadic plane and Buddhic plane do. And these interactions are related to the work of Neptune, which is a ruler of the Buddhic plane and also of the monadic plane. Well, when you think about it, on the monadic plane, Neptune is a special ruler of Pisces, as far as all humanity goes. And Virgo, through the moon, veils Neptune esoterically, Neptune and Vulcan. So Neptune is active on the astral plane, the Buddhic plane, the monadic plane, and then on the cosmic astral plane, where it is a kind of symbol for the astral permanent atom, though not the actual astral permanent atom apparently, whereas Saturn is the physical permanent atom for the, the cosmic etheric and cosmic physical plane. So what we're looking at, the most important interaction, that's what we're looking at here. Now, don't despair, and I'm telling myself that at the same time, because all of these pieces of information will settle in, and as the capacity for pure reason grows in us, and the ability to perceive straight knowledge grows within us, these kinds of relationships will be brought to light and will be stabilized in our apprehension. And we won't, have to quite search so much to find them, because the lines of connection will already be drawn. Now, that may take some centuries and even millennia. Master DK has studied for a long time. And if you go back to Pythagorean days, with his school in Asia Minor, that is Pythagoras' school, Crotona, you will have some brilliant people there who were doing then probably what we're trying to do now. And that's 2,500 years ago. So we have to give ourselves time. And the best thing to do is to ascertain as much of the knowledge as we can. At least it has to seem logical. It has to fit. And then not only to review it for ourselves, but to share it with others, explain it to a degree, so that there is an apprehension on the part of others of what's really going on there. And as we convey this understanding to others who are ripe for it, then we stabilize the knowledge within ourselves. So there's an important interaction, the love, wisdom ray and the harmony ray. Here's another, the power ray and that of ceremonial law, just as it does between the first and seventh planes. Well, plane number 1, logoic, and plane number 7, etheric physical, are definitely related. So here we have the power ray, an important relationship. And the ray, well, sometimes he calls it ceremonial magic, but here he's emphasizing the fact that it's it's a reflection, a concrete reflection of the first ray. So here he calls it ceremonial law quite a bit. And no, that's not good. That's sort of brownish. I guess what I really want is something other. This is what I want. And the power ray. Now, if we review this material, some of this highlighting will help to keep our minds organized. So that's an important relationship, 1 and 7, and I think it will be prominent in the next solar system when I think we will have for our solar logos a first ray personality. Now, will we be part of that system, or will we have moved on, or will we be functioning as solar angels within that system and helping with individualization, but this time on the monadic plane? Or is there so much time left in our solar system that any kind of return from education on Sirius will have plenty of time to be expressed right in our own present second major solar system? But then who will be the solar angels for that third system, regardless of how they might operate? So that's an important relation. Remember, that's what we're looking at here, most important relations, interactions. And, basically we're looking here at the 7 rays playing upon the different aspects of man. No, I thought it said more colors. I would love to have more colors available. Probably someone who's a programmer could fix that so it would happen. And one could be more exact than exacting. And here is the third interaction, the activity or adaptability ray, and that of concrete knowledge or science, just as it does between the third plane of Atma and the fifth plane of mind. So, the third plane is also the fifth plane is also the third, depending on from what direction you count. So this is activity, adaptability, abstract intelligence, creative intelligence. Um, and, you know, it harkens back to the tabulation above, okay? Okay, wait a second. Okay, there's your activity and adaptability ray, and then the ray of concrete knowledge or science, which I cannot use in highlighting, apparently. Maybe some listener is saying, of course you can, but it'll be too late. So I'll simply have to use it in the orange color, which I have. So these are the important interactions, and by equating two established interactions, because he talked about the previous solar system and ray 3 and 5, and he talked about the present solar system and ray 2 and 4, he's also talking about the next system in the same way. It'll be 1 and 7. And then you just kind of wonder, what do you do with ray 6? And does this have anything to do with the idea that the astral plane doesn't really exist? Well, anyway, it appears that ray 6 is not going to be mentioned in the same context. I mean, here is the context. Here's your second solar system, 2 and 4 are mentioned. Indigo, indigo, and indigo yellow, and here's your previous major solar system, green, green, and green, orange. So it would seem that red, red, and red, violet would be another configuration. Okay, and we will also look for red, red, oh, excuse me, and red, violet. We'll also look for that. And then we'll have a kind of a mystery connected with the 6th ray, but it's the only one which is not incorporated in the kind of tabulations we're making right now. The 2-4 is there, the 1-7 is there, the 3-5 is there, but the 6 is left out, even though it is part of the descent of the love wisdom ray, and very important right now. We're still in the middle of a huge cycle of 21,000 years still. I wonder if that's a hint, you know. I mean, you know, sometimes we talk about a platonic year being connected with a particular ray and being 25,000 years approximately in duration. Well, if 21,000 years are remaining for this 6 ray cycle, then is it possible that we've had a platonic year cycle that has been accompanied by the 6th ray? On the other hand, we would need, you know, we would need to say that, well, 4,000 years have elapsed and 21,000 years remain, and yet we know from what DK has said, that we're going into a Platonic year Aquarian cycle quite soon. So that would not really work out. We wouldn't have to wait 21,000 years to go into an Aquarian Platonic year cycle. Well, when we become masters, we will have what's called all knowledge, which includes the knowledge of cycles, and it will certainly illumine cycles in relation to our planet and within our solar system, though not necessarily all cycles within our solar system. Beyond that, of course, we're still probably going to be in the range of ignorance. So, interaction between the rays. This is what we're studying at the moment. Love, Wisdom, and Harmony, 2-4. Creative Intelligence and Concrete Knowledge, 3-5. But, okay, the order. Will and Power and Ceremonial Law, not yet coming into full expression as it will in the next solar system. But anyway, Atma and the plane of mind, the third plane of Atma and the plane of mind are brought into relation, or that relation is emphasized. So here again, we have the third plane of Atma and the fifth plane of mind. We'll just use the orange since there is no orange highlighter. Green and orange were allied in the first solar system and continue their alliance here. Now, probably there might be a secret in the general frequencies of these two colors. We should start looking at the range of vibration, the ranges of vibration which make greens, plural, and oranges, plural. And we see what is the relationship. I've done this a little bit with music, but it's another little research adventure. And we would see why this alliance. Interestingly, in music, we have the red and the violet representing the last note of the normally divided scale and the first note of the next continuing scale. In other words, some shade of violet probably is connected with the note B, and then some shade of red with the note C. So those abut. They are next to each other. They are related. We can make some kind of circle regarding them. And that might show us something about the relationship that will be so prominent in the next solar system. So anyway, here's our green and our orange. Okay. Well, he certainly has. I have opened up for all true students vast realms of thought. That's what I hope I'm a true student. That's what suggests itself to me, the vastness of it and the kind of research that could be done, even using numbers and frequencies and proportions and ratios, we could do all that. Well, we can't do everything, within the vast ageless wisdom, we can't do everything. Neither can a master do everything. DK comments about how, he's hasn't really been working with scientific language and solving specifically scientific problems with regard to the way science is now being used. But if he needed to, he would consult a fifth ray master who would give him the necessary method. And I suppose even with what DK knew about science as presently used today, he would have been limited because Alice Bailey just didn't have that approach in her sort of mental psychological equipment. So the instrument called Alice Bailey could be used for certain things, but not for others. Anyway, coming back to the idea is, we just can't do everything. And we have to be humble about that. We have to look at how we can be effective. In the relationship between indigo, blue, and yellow lies hid a secret. Oh. Well, okay, what have we got? The blue could be ray 6. The indigo is ray 7. Yellow is ray 4. So we have well, wait a second. Did I say that correctly? Yeah, I think I did. This relationship would indicate the 2, 4, 6 line, blue 6, yellow 4, indigo 2. So these colors would express the subjective line. Because 2, 4, 6 are considered to be subjective rays and maybe less involved with form, though ray 2 is a form builder in the sense of providing a kind of a pattern on which form can be built. And of course, ray 4 beautifies the form. It's called the corrector of the form. Ray 6, however, may be devoted to a form, but generally it abstracts away from form. So indigo, blue, and yellow lies hid a secret, I think, along the 2, 4, 6 line. Now, if we look at blue and we say it's a blind, well, what might we have here? The yellow can indicate violet. The blue can indicate orange. So we have therefore 7 and 5. But the indigo will not indicate green or red. The primary colors do not come from each other. Secondary colors do come from the primaries, and indigo has to be considered a kind of primary color. Anyway, Okay. Well, sometimes there is the indigo, and its opposite is going to be a kind of a light orange, I guess. Its complement. Maybe blue will be a little lighter shade than indigo, and its complement will be a darker shade of orange, and then yellow will have violet as its opposite, or maybe we call it its complement, And, well, I'm just going to put our friend yellow there. Okay. So he's just, he's making some statements he's dropping hints all over the place. Now, maybe as students of esotericism, we're fortunate if we can follow out even one hint in a manner that is successful. But right now we're being exposed to the range. What can the secret be? And is this indigo or is this black? I'm hoping that this is indigo. Okay. Okay. So we have to look at the tendrils that are coming out from these colors a little bit and see whether the secret is disclosed through rays, through planes, or through complementary colors. The blue is interesting because its complement can be an orange, which can relate it to the first plane. Indigo definitely to the second, and yellow to the Buddhic plane and to the mental plane. So somehow in following out those leads, we might come to the secret. At least at the moment, we have kind of a 2-4-6 connection with these three colors. In this case, blue representing the astral plane, which it can legitimately do. So what's next? In the relationship between green, orange, and red, another secret is revealed? Well, green, the atmic plane, orange, the mental plane, and red, the logoic plane. That's one way to look at that. So let's see. Just bear with me here as I use my penchant for color to have a little fun making markers. And finally red. All right. that didn't work out quite the way I had hoped. But anyway, green, orange, and red. So we might have, instead of a 2, 4, 6, we would have a 1, 3, 5, what DK calls the Prussian rays. He did that in relation to a student he had to let go because she would not walk with gentleness with those who surrounded her. She had a first-ray soul, a fifth-ray personality, and a third-ray mind. And he pointed out that the Prussian rays were active, but they were not, he did not include the seventh ray, which apparently has some great tact and politeness. So what we've seen is a 2, 4, 6 and a 1, 3, 5. 7 is not with us yet. But violet's coming up. In the relationship between blue, red, and violet lies still another mystery. Oh, this is a difficult book. But as he said, he's responsible for the content, and we are responsible for the distribution and helping people understand that this kind of material does exist. And there's violet. All right, 1, 2, 3. So in the relationship between blue, red, and violet, still another mystery. Now when I go with rays or planes, red and violet take in the first and seventh plane, and blue takes in as a complement. Well, it takes in the astral plane as blue, but it takes in as a complement the mental plane. And that, of course, so planes logoic, etheric, physical, and mental by complement are indicated. These are very much involved with form. Now, if we go back up a little, we will see in the tabulation that 1, 7, and 5 definitely are there, and having to do with, I suppose, the form, whereas the life is more related to the 2, 4, 6 and the link with ray 3 and 5. So the 175 is what is indicated here, and it has to do with form. Now, he's testing us out to see what kind of mysteries we might be able to detect. Red, definitely logoic plane. And, well, one way, anyway, of looking at it. Violet, the etheric, physical, systemic plane. And blue, either the astral plane or, where will the monad's nature show up most readily in the form? Well, more likely it shows up in the mind. although let's say, yeah, the ray of the monad shows itself in the mind, the ray of the soul shows itself in the astral body, the ray of the personality shows itself in the etheric physical, or at least he calls it the physical. So which will it be? Will it be as given, plane 1, plane 6, and plane 7, or will it be plane 1, plane 5, with blue as the complementary color revealing orange, the color of the mental plane, and then ray 7? If it's 157, it correlates with the idea of form as given in the tabulation above. Life, form, and then intelligence having to do with ray 3 and 5. So he's testing us. Can we detect some kind of mystery involved here? These are things he knows. These are things which we are trying to understand, however difficult it may be. The student who, by using his intuition, apprehends these three mysteries. Okay, wait a second. Apprehends these mysteries, has found the key to the greater cycle, and holds the key to evolutionary development. Well, do these mysteries have to do with initiation? Now, when it comes to the first, second, and third initiation, can we take any of these triplicities and say, well, they are most connected? In the first initiation, the seventh ray and the etheric physical plane are focused, and the astral plane, which either blue or red could indicate, is reoriented. So it's kind of a 6-7 combination in a way. Or the whole personality can be indicated here. The whole personality can be here indicated with blue, orange as the mental body, red as the astral body, and violet as the etheric physical body, but with green too, indicating the dense physical body. So, maybe that could be like initiation 1, perhaps. Could the indigo, blue, and yellow, see, we're always adding buddhi to the causal body with each initiation. So the yellow here indicates the mind, because it is an exoteric color of the fifth ray, but it's kind of transitional between orange and blue, or indigo rather. Remember that mistake, it's on page 420, 421, where the word esoteric is written 2 times. It should only be written once. Now here, is a lineup of monad, Buddhic, and astral, and maybe it has more to do with a higher initiation. And here is the relationship with 1, 3, 5. And here, the spiritual will is coming into expression. Well, there is at least something here in the green, orange, red regarding the spiritual will and regarding maybe the 3rd initiation. The 5th ray is there. The spiritual will under green is there, and the will is there, contacted under the red. So is this a possible indication of the mystery of the 3rd initiation? With the 1st initiation coming at the blue, red, and violet, etheric. So, have I said, does the blue, red, violet somehow indicate indicated? Right, let's get that correct. So is this an indication of the 1st initiation? Right. Is this, are these, maybe I'll do it that way, are these 3 colors indications of the first initiation? And then we would have the 1st as indications of the 2nd initiation. In other words, indigo, blue, and yellow. We might say, how can that be? I think so. Do these 3 colors indicate the mysteries of the 2nd initiation, with more buddhi coming into the astral body, which is the same as yellow, influencing blue, and in general, the Christ principle expanding under indigo. Well, this is one line of interpretation, a secret, a mystery. We know the initiations are called the mysteries. We know that much. So maybe, we're having some kind of indication about the colors that are used to advance man along his way. But we would have to use complementary colors also to make this work. As far as the 2 and the 4 and the 6 goes, maybe the 4th initiation. When thinking of the 2, 4, 6, perhaps we have the 4th initiation. which is ruled by the fourth ray and involves the heart. And then the causal body, basic orange, is destroyed. And certainly, you know, all the physical, astral, and mental vehicles are destroyed and their contents sublimated into the yellow, which indicates the spiritual triad. Well, at least some of the, some of the aspects of the spiritual triad. Well, we're speculating, and maybe you will have other speculations, but DK wants us to use our intuition here and see what we can come up with. There's still quite a bit to go here. I would like to finish this section if I could. The student who, by using his intuition, apprehends these three mysteries has found the key to the greater cycle and holds the key to evolutionary development. Now, micro, cosmically, is the key to the greater cycle, the series of solar microcosmic initiations. Or are we really talking about a round, let us say? We can see how some of this material would fit very well in the advanced schools. Remember, therefore, when studying the microcosm, that the same relationship will be found and will open the portal to the kingdom of God within, which begins on the higher mental plane with ability to focus within the egoic lotus, causal body, soul body. Now, maybe, you know, I'm trying to think of where it goes on in Cosmic Fire. If we could find, it would be a research project, but he does talk about in Cosmic Fire the important rays and the important rounds, and we might be able to connect them with the mysteries of these colors. So far what we have, it really helps to put them in colors: indigo, blue, and yellow, kind of a 2, 4, and 6, green, orange, and red, or red, green, and orange, kind of a 1, 3, and 5. Or, you know, maybe we could go lower and look at the lower concrete mind and the red for orange, and red for the astral body, and green for the dense physical. There's a way maybe to interpret that in that manner. And then the blue, red, and violet, basically telling us about the three personality vehicles. Or also another way, blue representing orange, orange representing the first ray, red representing the first ray, violet the seventh ray. There's a number of different lines of interpretation. Well, let's not find that we must interpret this mystery at this time. It's enough to know that there are mysteries here. Sometimes initiations are called the mysteries, and that these particular colors, each set of three, is connected with a mystery. And are the mysteries in the same set? Are these three sets of three mysteries in the same general set of mysteries? So they may have to do also, with rounds, root races. I mean, can we look into rounds, into root races, into initiations, because they let's say these mysteries may be progressive. So, you can see that what a wealth of indications there are, which anybody in the new schools could take up, but they would really only be able to take up one, or, for a paper or a project. They could go very deep. The mind would be at work, but only the intuition would reveal whether the connection made was really accurate. So I'm just offering possibilities, and I would say that in this particular case, the intuition has not confirmed, and it's not yet a question of straight knowledge, not yet. Red is, for all apparent purposes, one of the most difficult colors to consider, and it ranks as undesirable. Now, why would this be the case? It can't really be ultimately undesirable, because the next solar system will be the red system. But how does that color function now? Why is it undesirable? Because it has been considered as the color of Kama, that's Mars, that's desire, or evil desire, lower solar plexus. There are 2 points within the solar plexus, one for lower or ordinary desire, and the higher center for within the solar plexus for aspirational desire. And the picture of the dark and lurid reds in the emotional body of the undeveloped man rise ever to one's vision, as Leadbeater and his artists have shown. So, maybe that's one of the reasons he's leaving it out quite a bit, because he just, we can't handle it. And basically the red, I think, in its higher aspect, is repelled from our present solar system. Though one great nation, China, really seems to have a love affair with red. Yet, at some distant time, red will be the basis of a solar system, and in the perfect merging of the red, green, and blue, three synthetic colors of systems 1, 3, and 2. And that merging will have to occur maybe in what we call the 7th system, unless they all come in under the synthesis of system 6 sequentially, which is really given to system 1. They will, the red, green, and blue will come eventually the completed work of the logos and the consummation of the pure white light, because put those three colors together on the color wheel, and white is the result, which suggests the consummation and the return of the prismatic colors to white light. Okay. Which suggests the consummation and the return, not T-turn, return of the prismatic colors. All right, well, returning, maybe that will do it, of the prismatic colors to the white light. There's a mystery involving the 7th solar system. He does talk about a 7th solar system, but it seems to be more some kind of synthesis rather than an actual appearance of a solar system in a material sense. The next solar system will appear materially, but remember, when dealing with the cosmic physical plane, the entire plane is from the point of view of the cosmic energies, it is a material plane. So we don't know whether the next solar system will show itself with a material star the way ours presently is. There are red stars, of course. Or whether it will be a more interior system with the lowest type of matter being etheric. Well, maybe we don't have to worry about that too much. It's, according to some chronologies, trillions of years into the future. We're only halfway through this particular solar system, the duration of which, by one chronology, which HPB seems to validate, is 311 trillion 40 billion years. So the activity system was green, okay. It has produced a kind of cosmic moon, which has a deleterious effect upon our solar system, just the way our moon chain and what's left of it has a deleterious effect upon the Earth chain. The love system is blue, and we're in it now. And the power system will be red. So first of all, I just love to distinguish things by the colors. And here we have green, and here we have a love system, which is, he says, really indigo. And the power system will be red. Oops. All right. The result of the merging of the red, blue, and green is, as you know, white. And we might say, you know, on the color wheel. I remember the first time I saw that happen. It was it was in grade school, and it was in kind of a science assembly, and different students were demonstrating their science projects, and one young man had a color wheel, and you could easily see what the colors were: red, green, and blue. I mean, you know, maybe the blue was a little more towards a little magenta connection with it. Or maybe it was the red that was more like the magenta. Anyway, there were some slight variations from what we normally call red, green, and blue. But then spin the wheel automatically on a drill, you know, put the wheel on an electric drill, suddenly it's white. So that was an eye opener. The result of the merging of the red, blue, and green in that order, well, it's not really in that order, it's green, blue, and red in chronological order. It is, as you know, white. And the Logos will then have esoterically washed his robes and made them white in the blood, just as the microcosm, in a lesser sense, does in process of evolution. And the blood, of course, the blood, we must remember, is red. So this is a return to pure white light before the prismatic effect of division. Now, interesting, on the path of the planetary logoi, there is a prism involved, some kind of prismatic identification. It's a kind of a third ray path, and the third ray, as the divine separator, is involved, working upon white light, I suppose, to separate it into its component colors. And if I was to look for that, let's see if I can find it, because it should be, you know, interesting to think of the third path, third ray, and the prism, and the kind of differentiation of colors that basically color the robes or the vehicles one, so to speak, wears. Here's the treatise on cosmic fire, and the idea is prism, prismatic. Okay, and what I'll do is show that. It is difficult to express the method employed by the Master of Wisdom as he enters this third cosmic path. It is called the method of prismatic identification, for it concerns the color veils which shroud the spiritual energy. Okay, there's a lot that we could read into this. Prismatic identification. It's gosh, some pretty beautiful ideas here. Understanding the song of life, The heavenly choir is involved, and I think he becomes a director in the heavenly choir. And here, again, is a repetition, third path of training for planetary logoi, attributes, cosmic vision, deva hearing, and psychic correlation. Betelgeuse, and thus Orion, is connected with Sagittarius, and that's the source of the energy you need. The hierarchy involved is the fifth, but which fifth? The almost liberated fifth creative hierarchy, or the hierarchy of solar angels? And the symbol, and this is where we see it, a colored cross with a star at the center and backed by a blazing sun, surmounted by a senza word. And the quality, cosmic etheric vision, so that still has to do with our cosmic etheric plane, and septenary clairvoyance, which probably means the ability to see on all the rays. Well, we're talking about divisions, and we're talking about, the white light and its divisions into the colors of the spectrum. I think, we're like little bugs, little fleas flying around, compared to what is offered with the unfolding universe. So the Logos would have washed his robes and made them white in the blood, the red, of the next solar system. So as I say, I don't know whether this washing occurs in the next solar system or in some kind of synthetic state, which we might call the seventh solar system, and which involves the merging of the red, blue, and green. But, we'll be looking for the lower analogies here because we need something that involves our application of these things. We can't really talk about the application as it works out in terms of a solar system which is not even here, and even one beyond that. So that was, he seems to be talking about different colors, blue, red, and violet. Yeah, I have difficulty finding, following the outlines. I suppose if I was just reading a book, the outline would be easier to follow. But now we've looked at kind of red, and we're looking at the violet. So we'll do that. In a curious way, the violet ray of ceremonial law or order is a synthetic ray when manifested in the three worlds, just as the synthetic ray of love wisdom is the synthesis of all the life forces. So in the three worlds, the seventh ray synthesizes all that has to do with form. And let's just say rays 7 and 2 will be prominent during the age of Aquarius. So, DK sees these things, and it's in a curious manner that this happens. Sometimes I think, with Master R returning as maybe one of the externalizing masters, that while he does carry the seventh ray as his soul ray, I think, he will be and is the Mahachohan, who works primarily upon the third ray, not the seventh ray. Did I say that correctly? In his soul, he carries the seventh ray. In his monad, he carries the third ray. And of course, the general second ray prevails because the Christ is reappearing. On the first plane, life in its purest, highest, undifferentiated synthetic aspect. What can we call it? Sea of fire. And on the seventh plane, form in its densest, grossest, most differentiated aspect, one is summed up in the ray of love, whilst the other is worked upon by the seventh. On the first plane, life in its purest, highest, differentiated aspect, and undifferentiated aspect. And I guess, I want to kind of put the red there. Although, the orange should not be neglected because of Leo and the flame. And the seventh, on the seventh plane, form in its densest, grossest, most differentiated aspect. And one is summed up in the synthetic ray of love. I guess the first one is somehow contained. The two monadic levels are the logoic plane and the monadic plane. So it looks like the synthesis there is coming through the monadic plane. And the synthesis here on the lowest plane is coming through the seventh ray. Well, some various teachings do emphasize how important both the second ray and the seventh ray will be in the coming age. So we're looking at ways of bringing all things together in an articulated synthesis. Okay, so we are speaking of an articulated or differentiated synthesis, and not of the utter sameness, which is an unarticulated synthesis in being. So utter sameness is an unarticulated synthesis in being. Okay. A synthesis, too, is found in the fact that through the medium of violet, the Deva and human kingdoms can find a place of contact. So probably what should we say, the systemic, the systemic etheric plane will be important. and this. In the blending of these two kingdoms, the 7 heavenly men attain perfection and completeness, and are esoterically considered to be white, the synonym of perfection. And so here is the place where the 7th ray is spoken of esoterically as white. The 7th ray is esoterically spoken of as white. And what page is that on? Page 221. So now also on the, places where the men and angels meet, Deva and human kingdom meet on the first level, or maybe the 4th level, of the cosmic etheric plane. It's called the Buddhic plane, and there they are harmonious with each other. There's a place of contact. Now, on the astral plane, they seem to fight. And the question is, are we talking, I want to say, but are we speaking of the Buddhic plane, which is the 4th cosmic ether, as a place of harmonious meeting and contact between men and devas? That's also possible. And meeting has 2 E's. But this is important, that esoterically violet is white, and it gives way to the a great final synthesis. And I guess I will use that, as I can't write in white. So that is the place where it is mentioned. Esoterically, violet is white. And I want to say that, the synthesis of white is greater than the synthesis of violet, because all colors are included within the white. So somehow, it seems to me that 7th solar system, or maybe the climax of the 6th, which is the 3rd major, involves the oncoming of the white, which synthesizes all the colors which have been demonstrating through the various solar systems. And violet, as the point of consummation, is involved in that, violet transforming into the white. So let's say either in the latter 3rd major solar system, or in the 7th consummatory solar system, we will have the violet transitioning into the white. Maybe there's no such word as consummatory. Yeah, well, there's a double M because I'm kind of half using the British English here. So we are exploring various points of synthesis. Another point of synthesis is the fact that through the dominance of this seventh ray comes a point of merging between the dense physical and the etheric bodies. And we can say, you know, on the cosmic physical plane, right here is the place where that should go. But also within the systemic etheric I'm not getting it. Etheric physical plane. This is of paramount importance in the macrocosm and to the student of meditation, which means when we're striving spiritually, we need to find a way for the cosmic ethers and the dense physical body of the planetary and or solar logos to be connected. That will bring us a higher spirituality. The realm of our spiritual quest is the cosmic physical plane. Cosmic etheric plane, cosmic etheric plane, or the cosmic etheric part of the cosmic physical plane. And that's where the masters focus. So here's another point of synthesis. And in a way, the green and the violet are merging here. And I'm going to make the dense physical green here, so we can keep our bearings. And of course, the color of the ethers is basically a violet color. Whether we have, you know, purple, violet, light violet, or lavender, and the devas associated with them. It is necessary to effect this merging and alignment before the transmission of the teaching to the dense physical brain can in any way be considered accurate. So this is a systemic merging and not a cosmic merging, at least as here discussed. Okay, it has a close bearing upon the alignment of the centers. So here we have, whoop, that's not what I want. So here we have some microcosmic instruction. There are many hints here. He has condensed so much in such a little space. I have sought in the above remarks solely to indicate lines of thought which, if closely followed, may lead to surprising results. So he is scattering the seed which can germinate into unsuspected ranges of future of knowledge in the future by the study of colors and the planes, by the study of color and its effect and relationship to the life side, and by the study of the form side of the mind, will come much of value to the student in meditation, provided always he does three things, provided always that he does three things. By the study of colors and the planes. All right, that's one method. By the study of color and its effect and relationship to the life side, which is the, let's call it in this case, the subjective side, and by the study of the form side of the mind, will come much of value to the student in meditation. But as always, the prerequisites are there, and we have to find a way to fulfill them, provided he does three things. Number one, that he seeks to find the esoteric colors and their right application to the planes and centers, to the bodies through which he manifests and to the bodies through which the Logos manifests, the seven sacred planets, to the rounds and to the races and to the cycles of his own individual life. And when he can do this, he holds in his hands the key to all knowledge, which I suspect is an atmic ability and connected with that city that we call all knowledge. So first, find the esoteric colors. He's already shown us that even though white is listed as exoteric in one of the tabulations of the books around 420 and 421, 419 to 421 in Esoteric Psychology 1, that from this perspective, white is considered synthetic and esoteric. So that he seeks to find the esoteric colors. That's the first one. And it's difficult to know what color to put down here, but I'll just continue with the yellow highlight. That he endeavors to make practical application of all indicated truth to his personal life of service in the three worlds, and that he tries to conform in his methods of work to the methods demonstrated by the Logos through the seven rays or influences. By this I mean that through meditation he brings his life systematically and in ordered occult cycles under those seven great influences, and so produces an ordered beauty in the manifestation of the ego. So what we'll do is make that one practical application is the key. Okay. And number, well, what are we looking at here? Will come much of value. We're looking at the values that accrue to the student of color if he does what? Finds the esoteric colors and applies. So far, value will come to the student of color if he finds esoteric colors and also applies all that he learned in service. And then finally, and we're getting there now, that he remembers that ever that perfection as we know it is only partial and not real, and that even perfection itself, as grasped by the mind of man, is but illusion, and that only the next logoic manifestation will reveal the ultimate glory in view. So, from this perspective, what we're saying is no perfection in the present solar system. As long as there is differentiated color, there is imperfection, so only in the synthesis of white is perfection realized. Remember, color as we know it is the realization by the man using a fifth root race body in the fourth round on the fourth chain of a vibration that contacts the human eye. All right, so this is certainly relative, and we cannot generalize to what will be revealed at higher and higher points of tension and in even the next solar system. Well, maybe there's just no color to put that into. What then will color be as visioned by a man of the seventh round in a seventh root race body? Even then, a whole range of colors of wondrous beauty will be outside and beyond his comprehension. The reason being that only two great aspects of logoic life are being thoroughly demonstrated, with the third, and the third will be but partially revealed, waiting for the still greater day be with us to flash forth in perfect radiance. And is that the consummation we call the seventh solar system? Because that seventh solar system, although I was hesitant to allow it into my thought, does exist. But I think it exists under certain circumstances that are not the same as the preceding 6. So what will color be then when we're still, but this is still in this solar system, because so far only green and blue have been revealed, and the third will be but partially revealed, waiting for the still greater day be with us to flash forth in perfect radiance. Or is this statement related to the 6th or 3rd major solar system? Anyway, whatever color is, whatever the beauty is, we just haven't will not be able to see it until at least another solar system arises. So some pretty wondrous things are being discussed here. And since DK can see color on the inner planes, I mean, we have words, and he tells us how extraordinary they are, but we're not really witnessing what he can witness. 2 great aspects of logoic life are thus far demonstrating. And the third will be but partially revealed. Perhaps. Oh, that's not a word. Perhaps only in the very latter part of this solar system, waiting for the still greater day be with us to flash forth. Is this statement related to the 6th? But is this statement related to the 6th or 3rd major solar system, or to some kind of mysterious consummation, a mysterious consummation in the eternal now? So this word radiance has an occult meaning worthy of your consideration. We're being pointed in so many directions that we realize, given the present time factor, there's no way to take all of this into consideration. So there's one more paragraph here before we get into the next section. And this is such a long program that I don't see any reason to continue right now. In the steady adherence to the next duty, now this sounds practical, and the planting of the foot firmly on the next step ahead, firmly, lies the open road to the master and the incidental clearing away of difficulties. Practical. How do you get there? After all, he is telling us about amazing things, but he can witness them and we cannot yet. How do we get there to the point where we can witness them? In the formulating of high mental concepts and the expressing of them on the physical plane lies the development of the mental body that permits of the ever greater influx of the life from above. Well, certainly we are making our attempt at putting forward some high mental concepts, using the abstract mind to do so, pretty much the abstract mind. In the stabilizing of the emotions and in the transference of desire from that plane to the Buddhic comes the ability to reflect truly the higher point of view. This is kind of a blend here. In the stabilizing of the emotions and in the transference of desire from that plane to the Buddhic comes the ability to reflect truly the higher point of view, no longer misled by glamour and illusion. In the disciplined, purified physical body comes the capacity to work out that which the inner man knows. So, let's put that as if the seventh ray were important. And here, what we'll do here, okay. So he's telling us how to get there. If these three things are attended to, steady adherence to the next duty, and the planting of the foot firmly on the next step ahead. The use of high mental concepts, the stabilizing of the emotions, the disciplining of the purified physical body, if these three things are attended to, the law can then work and emancipation be hastened. So it all comes down really to some practical work according to occult law as we understand it, or can understand it. People ask themselves, how does the law work? What is our part in the carrying out of action that sets the law loose in the individual life? Simply adherence, as stated above, to the highest duty and an ordering of the personality life, so that duty may be perfectly achieved. So that duty may be perfectly achieved. In other words, he simplifies for us. It is a simplification. Adherence and the ordering of the personality life. Adherence to the carrying out of the next duty. So ultimately, it all comes down to a very practical approach. Maybe this is why those born in and under the sign Capricorn achieve so much, because finally, in relation to Saturn, they are willing actually to do the little things that need doing. Maybe this can be said of Virgo as well, because we can learn a great deal abstractly, and it's good. You know, as he says, in these high, how does he call it? High thought, high mental concepts through the abstract mind. It's very good. But ultimately, the application of these things becomes the means by which one achieves. So we've certainly been given a workout in terms of, you know, trying to stimulate our intuition and trying to penetrate the quite opaque color veil. We're not done. There is opaqueness, translucence, and transparency. Those three, and I think we're still dealing a lot with the opaque and with what is impenetrable to us. But we will succeed in increasing penetration simply as we persist and apply. As I've been doing these books, you know, maybe, I don't know, 10 years now in this manner, such an expansion of vision seems to open out. And also a humbling regarding where we all stand, where I stand, you stand, all of us, and what has yet to be accomplished. But then there is the tightening spiral, you know, it goes faster and faster and faster. And basically, what do we call it? An asymptotic curve, you know, it seems to go along hugging the horizontal axis for quite a while, but then it shoots up. And we gather more rapidly. Now, what's that? It's related to sort of an exponential growth. So there has to be a balance between meditating, learning, and applying, meditation, study, and service. And as a result of that balance, the achievements that the masters have managed will be our achievements too. What man has done, man can do. And so many people do things well because they didn't know they couldn't. People, they weren't instructed, well, you can't do that. But they begin and they apply themselves, and not knowing that they couldn't do it, they do it. So let that be our watchword, that we can accomplish and we can make ourselves fit for the expression of the divine plan. We can be useful as members of the new group of world servers. And door after door will open up, doors of perception and identification will open before us, and within ourselves, the angel of the presence will conquer the dweller, and we will slowly merge within the ranks of the fifth kingdom of nature. Sorry. Slowly merge within the ranks of hierarchy. And we will achieve and help others to achieve and move towards helping to make our planet a sacred planet, which has its sacred role within the solar system, and on, every greater system having its role within a still greater system, until any universe has exemplified a possibility within absolute infinitude. But of course, that's so far beyond what is practical that it's nice to think of as an inspiring thought, but trillions and trillions of years, Earth years anyway, lie ahead. Aren't there June bugs that just last a day? Compared to the span of life of some of these greater beings, we're like a June bug. But we're also the whole thing and everything in it. So it's nothing but the glory of revelation lying on before us, and with that glory of revelation coming to more and more people, the straightening out of what they do, so that the great conception of the divine purpose through the divine plan can actually be manifested. And then, the joy of it and the bliss of it will outweigh the chimeric suffering. It's not real. It seems real, but the suffering along the way. I mean, there is suffering, of course, but it does not abide and is not of the essence. All right, so the next time when we get together here, it'll be program 46. And he continues with color, for quite a while until we reach page, we have a long way to go. Page 253, I think it is. So when we really start to get into depth on these matters, takes a little while, doesn't it? But then with a certain amount of study every day, as much as we can, we will gain the prize, and the golden apples of the Hesperides will roll into our hands when we help Atlas uphold the world. So this goes to 253, and we are, here it is, letter 8 on 253. And we are only at in the 220s, I think. (223), 30 pages left to go in this particular letter, and then there's another letter and maybe another letter, number 8 and number 9. All right, I know these are long programs, but I know if you want to learn from them, you can, use them on your iPod or whatever you have. And although there are some visuals and all that, they can also be listened to just, verbally. And hopefully it will give a way of studying this material. I mean, it's absolutely essential that just what the Tibetan said be said. And over time, Lucis Trust has accumulated recordings of those books, supposedly for the blind, but we're all blind in a way. And, when we're out for a walk or whatever it is we do, we can listen. I joke that I've jogged my way through cosmic fire 2 or 3 times back in the days when I could move. So lots of listening straight to the books is very good. but I've done a little something different here. And I've sent out from the various items of information these tendrils of light, or at least tendrils of thought, that when they contact another item of information can become a tendril of light. New light can flash forth. And hopefully a great sphere of light will be created in the consciousness of each one of us and continue to expand until it embraces the entire universe, any entire universe. And it seems to have happened over and over again, forever. All right, friends, so that's it for right now. Lots of love, many blessings from Tuya and myself, and from all the members of the communications group and the board of the Moria Federation, University of Seven Ray Institute. We're all in this together, and we are trying to make ourselves fit to really be of use. So we'll see you before long. Bye-bye for now.